Welcome to part 3 of Rise from the Ashes. We should be able to finish this today. Let's get into it. The investigation part. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Oh. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminated piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you. Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark's trial. I didn't see that one coming. I saw 9 incident. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man burst into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what he was going to do. What was going on? Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed into the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in the front of this poor girl. That's gonna suck. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instance. Just said that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. I thought she was 15 now. Oh no, 16 because yeah, Maya. Okay, she's like a year younger than Maya. It's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. I'll find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any evidence. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. I don't remember the moment when Drake Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Yeah, but not in a way that, like, he trusted the other prosecutors that they flipped. Like, he trusted his superiors and they kind of screwed him over. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Well, there's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Shouldn't there be... I don't think I've been in the police department, but shouldn't there be cameras? So, like, if you know Marshall entered there, and there's only Emma, and Emma was unconscious, and Joe Dark entered there, a known person who kills people with a knife, and this person dies of a knife wound within a time frame, you can very much conclude that he's the murderer. Especially if he's accused of other murders. Like, so her testimony would have been much more solid, but like you would have gotten to that point. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator. But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago. Wait, what? Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Don't you have to... Oh, wait, no. She was in school with, Mia, so she already had the, necessary skill set. Because I was about to say, I don't think a detective could just become a prosecutor, but she already had the skill set. I used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Oh, I didn't have this open. Yeah, I just use this to monitor my stream. So I do this on PS5. Dang. Lana? Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Huh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SO9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me out on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. It's a God Eater burst and God Eater Rage burst again. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though. I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said? About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now I hear chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police, and I arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command. That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I share the same office and the same investigations. Wait, they even had the same office. Was that a team of the best detectives on the force? Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. First one, let's say. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Drake, Dark. It kind of looks like a certain way, so I almost say Drake sometimes. Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. Maybe I'm just using, like, TV for this, but I feel like the suspect who's questioning is further from the door. So unless they left, but either way, there's also supposed to be people monitoring interviews, literally for that reason. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some paperwork while Gant and Marshall were questioning Drake. Dark, see? Wait. How does that... Oh, so you would have had to stab him like this. Like, behind, like, over. But the thing about that is... He had held him like this, like he was going to stab like that. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. Mm-hmm. That's right. Quite a coincidence, huh? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. Oh, just by chance. Because I was about to say, no, it's entirely possible. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the rulings against Joe Dark. He did say no, he thinks Dark was guilty. He's just like, the way we got there, something about it doesn't add up to him. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. I mean, you can, but what are you hoping to find? It's been 2 years. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anyway. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Oh. This dude literally said, let's go to Gant's office. Oh, it's you. Howdy, Bambino. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Wait. Oh, I guess... Is the thing he did not something they can arrest him for? Because he's just walking around. Que sera, sera, you know? You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Bill dried up this morning. Billy? Oh, Billy? Must be his pet cactus. So where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting the steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? Yeah, you can't really tell because of the handle, but it didn't look like Dark was using a switchblade. That was Joe Dark's, alright. Oh, well, I was wrong. But in that initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just married a detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. Was he hoping to get something? It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. Of course. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and the second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, the chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Yeah. Everyone who knew her said so. I'm trying to open this water. Okay. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Not that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambino, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret? It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. Oh, when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambino. It's a little sad. No one's here today, not even the store. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Basically, by the end of the day. I don't think there's anything more, except for the fact that there was no blood in the trunk. Which doesn't make any sense. So we go... Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago, I guess we'll just have to come back later. That leaves... Oh. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the... Oh, this is the... Not Gant. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks? Wow, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth not to mention her statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for these. Yep, for those. Sure. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officer or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Yeah, how is this guy the chief? That's not surprising at all that he has, like, an organ there. Because that's how his theme gets played. Apparently his theme's actually called Swimming Anyone, in case anybody was interested. Wow, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. thought I was a genius. I never could remember where C was. Hmm? Oh. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading on his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full, too, with Miss Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Suit of armor. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to confirm our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't seem to put my finger on it, though. Oh. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems like case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us to look around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way for we can get inside the chief's office. I do want to point out, though, that while Chief Gant's in general behavior with that seems suspicious, you got to understand he's the chief of police, and Wright is a pretty regular defense attorney. Oh, can I search your office? Even in normal circumstances, it would be a no. But it's like, he didn't let me do this thing that most people wouldn't let me do. Suspicious. Like, no, most people wouldn't let you do that. Huh. Okay. Huh. No stupid against all this. I mean, in what circumstances would the chief of police be like a regular, oh, can I investigate in here? Like, that's, even if we were suspecting Gant, that's not a thing they would let happen. Let's see. Doesn't let me. Who do I go see? Oh, you know what? Detention center, because I can show Lana the picture. Dude. Oh. Okay. Let's go swimming instead. Yeah, his theme is actually called Swimming Anyone. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe stood out the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? No, it's because of something completely unrelated. That's basically what it is. It all boils down to that falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye's the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe for those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Well, Lana just confirmed what everyone knew. What everybody had theorized with, basically, with no evidence, but now they're like, we gotcha, you son of a bitch! It seems you don't have any problem with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Take that. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edwards just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. Seems genuinely concerned for Mr. Edwards. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. Since Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl, that's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His power of recollection never fails to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed the lady who saw the second car. So he killed them too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came out upon the crime and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was apparently killing this animal. If he was going to do all of that, he should have just turned himself in the first place. Of course, this is all conjecture. It wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness? AKA Emma. Hey! I'm about this. Hey, that's a tag attached to it with the label SL9 on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of? What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edwards' car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective, before you forget again? This knife? It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store you bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. was put updated, and well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can lock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe's our only chance at getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. There's not really a way for me to show him this and this. But I mean, what's the piece missing? About the jar, I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memory pieces people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformed detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? Yeah, I mean, it's right there. But I said if there's something I could show him that would let them investigate, what could I show him? So what's this? A116. Oh, AI16. It's actually AI16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows, this might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Do I not have the item? Oh! That's the ID card report, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate, at 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 777777777. That's one 7 too many, Detective. An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. I might see if I can find Edgeworth. Because I could see Edgeworth, excuse me, telling Gumshoe, hey, let them check the office. Aha! I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What? What are you doing in here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Damn. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence is falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility, as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Valid reasons you might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Sure. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Damn. Mr. Eversworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seemed too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. She came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked her to. That's right. So, it's real quick. Come on, Mr. Ed, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth's sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gundrum out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on first, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. You should probably go to the hospital for that. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked, you don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I could use it for anything. That's crazy. I'm gonna put this in my pocket. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding... It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why didn't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with two items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Those claims, those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredits them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you... If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the reward abolished. Chief Gant. Prosecutor trophy. Okay. Now, is there anything else I can show you? Probably not this, right? Okay. Wait. I missed that last part. What was the last part he said? Let's see, right? Please, I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea, just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edwards just told you no in a very stylish manner. Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. What's my best evidence? Oh. I thought that was pretty good evidence. Do I not have my best evidence yet? Oh, damn. I didn't realize he was saying something else. Okay. It seems everything in this case is designated to cast doubt on me. Hey, don't look at me. Yes, I went into the evidence room on the day of the crime. Chief Gant asked me to do something. To take evidence from a case solved 6 months ago, back to the prosecutor's office. I have a locker in there as well. Did you notice anything on this when you were in the evidence room? That room's always dark and I was in a hurry. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. But this is related to the case, remember you said so? So I did. Chief Gant gave this to you that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here from the police department. The chief is a very competent man, but sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense. A certain detective comes to mind. Okay, well. Oh. Excuse me. Oh. Do you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Okay. So I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in the trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. My Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Oh, we're chatting it up, I guess? Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye? My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. After question, that legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our teams never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lawless got transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. I'm just gonna keep showing this picture. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. Oh. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the case as he handled. Incredible evidence, you mean? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from the shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and that no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, Ricky. It takes more than just the ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Okay. Oh, really? This? I don't have any new... Oh, yes I do. I was like, I don't have any new evidence to show... Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I've turned into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your precision, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene at SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the chief change his mind, detective change his mind. There is. This way? I'll present you with this. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they'd push him this far. Or they'd push him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective? That's it. I've made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Okay. Well, nice talking to you, Gumshoe. We should go swimming sometime. Har 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 har. We'll just sneak on over here. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's the goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. God! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried that something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then... That's true. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID? Hey, don't do that to my card. Yeah, you could have just gave it back. But you crushed it. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find. I've got a bad feeling about this. Oh. The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. He hasn't changed that in 2 years? On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else who wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one has ever touched that desk. No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. But she wanted to come in here! Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think, nah, you wouldn't be, no. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You just don't let it go at that. Sorry? This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go. There you go, ignoring me again. Anyways, check this desk out. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that one, we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. Put that paper he was reading on his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Oh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. You could have just destroyed it, man. Like, I don't understand why you would just hold on to it. Hold on, detective. Wait, did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long? That's right, I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence, it seemed too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must have been hiding something about the case. It would appear so. It was ripped in half, so this is the part is all we got. So this is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and those weapons. Sure, pal, the chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor? Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. That's what I was going to point out. Like, yeah, shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief might be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy could be. Ooh. What do we got here? This is a safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code's needed to be entered into the... Yeah. It looks like a code's needed to be entered in this panel to open it. Oh, we're going close. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Wait. I mean, I have an assumption what it is. What's even better than doing that is, couldn't you guys just use the fingerprint? Dude, you gotta get a better password than that. That's insane to make that your password. Passcode. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day? You mean 777777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup? This someone looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? I mean, yeah, but making that your passcode is insane. Especially since it's his ID number. But I guess the ID numbers are secret. There's something else in here, too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. What did you want him to put? Anything that wouldn't be that easy to guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. This isn't a handprint, is it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do. That's something Gumshoe would do. Though. Yeah, it is. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Granted, I have to prove their relevance to the case, so how are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. In terms of the vase, it's just this. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this? The one that was in the safe? Yeah, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it rings a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me take that shot. I'll take a crack at it. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here it goes. Oh, I actually have to... There's only... Should be this way, right? Boom. A complete vase. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached? It's different from the others. What do you mean? Wait, there's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. They didn't notice blood on the other pieces? I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? And stable jar up in the court record. Okay. Feel like we got the most important thing. Why can't I check his desk again? Wow, look at the size of his desk. Careful, y'all. And the other half of this. What's we doing here? This is on his desk. It's sure is tidy. Mom's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Look at the giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Yeah, I checked the night. They said, what if, Gumshoe was like, what if Chief Gant is hiding in there? I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Oh, like action movie side, because the other thing you were saying was you were trying to kill yourself. Note this up, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't crash through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Yeah, so checked it. There's nothing specific I can check. It's weird that I could check the desk again. Oh, was I supposed to prove... Let me check. Because I think... Because I have to prove... Oh, I don't have the leather. Is there blood in there? Oh, I mean... Could always check. Oh, I'm not sure if I'm stuck at the moment. Oh, yeah, but this is what the murder... So this is where it should... you were right about blood. Because this is where a murder... Wait, but it's been 2 years. Well, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be, when Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. That wasn't in question. So a murder really did take place here. Ah! Let's drop this. The only thing I didn't check was this. The Chief's orchestra is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the Chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the Chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. So I have to prove that the leather is connected. Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to prove the leather other than that picture. Oh. Oh, I didn't mean to present that. That's what the Chief was reading before, isn't it? You know when we first came in here? Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of the form, pal. The back? What the fuck? How did this happen? Oh, was it because of the... Oh! Emma drew something. Because that's what I was about to say. What she's drawing doesn't look like a knife. That looks like a vase. No, that is a knife. Never mind. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find... I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Something that proves the leather. I wanted to check what's written on this. Oh, it doesn't let me see the evidence listed. That's not helpful. That doesn't really prove anything. The video doesn't prove anything. Oh, yeah, I guess. Hey, look, it's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the Chief has, it's different though. The bloodstain on the other spots are pieces are just spots, but this one's a line. That is odd. I wonder if there's a way for me to because with the leather, I figured I'd just do this. Yeah, but I can't use it the same way you can use the luminol. Because with the leather, I figured you could just check who the fingerprints it was. There's nothing in the corner, is there? This mark looks like some kind of flower. What is this sign after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge? Prosecutor's badge? Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar. Here's a defense attorney badge. What? They have badges too? Phoenix, how do you... What? The design's supposed to portray the severity of punishment. The severity of the punishment system. Now that you mentioned it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful. But Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge. That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge looks like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit. Huh? So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges. I guess everyone just kind of let it slide. I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to take the leather too, but I don't, Oh. She might know something about this, though. Okay. Paparazzi. Oh, you know what? Let's try Edgeworth. Oh, you know what? I'll try showing Gumshoe the SL9 file. I've been studying up on these files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice, I for one ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Nope. Okay. The only thing I can think is going to go see going to the office real quick. But usually, let's see. I don't think it really matters. Let's see, office and presenting. Oh, okay. Because the only thing she would say is that we have to look against office. Sure, I mean, again. She didn't. It didn't show her the updated version. Screwdriver was on Mr. It was at Edgeworth's, wasn't it? Yes, he said it didn't have anything to do with the crime. Then what are we doing carrying it around? Hey, don't ask me. I'm not the one making the decisions right here. If I recall, Edgeworth said Chief Gann would take this to the prosecutor's office. Oh. I wasn't stuck before, but now I think I might be. Oh, I guess I could look at this again. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here and went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Of course he didn't. So you think? I don't know. It was the one thing I hadn't checked. I don't think there's anything else in the safe. Maybe checking the safe? Okay. Well, let me... Safe isn't it? Safe. Oh. I mean... Isn't the pictures that comes through, I think. I think I did that already. Yeah, I did that twice. What I'm gonna do is... see... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, it's closed now. Yeah, well, he's already with the piece from the safe. He's already confirmed that the vase, that Gant concealed evidence, and the vase is part of the crime. But it's the fact that there was also a piece of leather cloth that I had to prove is also part of the crime. But I don't have anything related to that. And I was using the picture because. Oh, I didn't check his window. But I was using the picture because the picture proves that Neil was wearing a vest, I guess? A leather vest. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here... At first the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. On this? Oh, I think so. No, apparently not. But what was this? How was this involved in SL? That's so nice. There's something that matters that blocked. This knife belongs to John Dark, right? You bet. If it wasn't for that piece of evidence, he wouldn't have been found guilty. The broken tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. Ever since the case was solved, this knife has been in Detective Goodman's locker. How could it have possibly gotten to Mr. Edgeworth's car? Not only that, but it was wrapped in Lana's scarf. What's even more mysterious is whether that's called a scarf or a muffler. Answer me that, pal. That's so not relevant. Did they update that? They didn't update it, even though they... I mean, I guess logically the way they found out can't be used. We know it's Gant's number when we broke into his office and broke into his safe. Duh. And it'd be like, excuse me? They're like, wow, you can make him guilty. You can also be charged with shit. It's not like, oh, well, he's a suspect or if he's found guilty, he's a criminal. Thus, I can break the law. It's like, that's not how that works. I presented this and nothing. 27, single stab wound piercing height and lungs. Assessment died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in the wound was a missing tip. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to examine. Which is weird because then I can't prove the leather. And as far as I know, I've presented him with... Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Dr. Gunston? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. So this design's based on an old Chinese parable, right? Yeah, everyone knows that. There was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it, a dragon. He had a thing for shields, see? That's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting. Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. Did I show him this? Yep. That reminds me, her saying "got to stay positive" reminds me of it's Katekyo Hitman Reborn, which was like a Japanese only anime. They didn't dub it. As far as I know, yeah. I never finished it, but one of the characters, Lambo, would be like, "Got my so it's gotta stay calm," because he's like 5, and so if he gets upset, he almost starts crying. So he would say that. They're actually not remaking it. They're not remastered, but they're doing a new version soon. So the animation's gonna be updated. So I don't know how when that's coming out, but I'm gonna check it out. It's pretty cool. It's about a Japanese Italian mafia. It's a high school student who is gonna be the 10th boss, and so he ends up building a family. But he's they call him no good Suna, so he's like a coward. And then it's a fairly long explanation for some of this stuff. But anyways, as far as I know, there's nothing else to show Gumshoe. Oh, really? So that's how I get to fingerprint the leather. So I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints. That's a great idea, Detective. So I had thought, like, hey, if I could fingerprint the leather somehow. It didn't occur to me to... Alright, go to town, jeez. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, hehe. I knew that. The one with the handprint on that, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth, then once they've been absorbed into the print, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. It would have been so mean had he actually said that out loud. Oh, yeah, because you have to examine a part, because I was just going to put it all. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for match prints with it. But it does look like we'll get a clearer result for this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Ring finger. Little finger. Ring finger is this one? Or is it this one? I don't wear rings, man. No, I think I just did the index finger. Okay. So the ring finger's the one there by the thumb. So it's this one. Oh, yeah. Okay. What? Middle? Okay, this looks like the... Yeah. I'm currently doing the middle finger. Honestly, this looks like it'd be the best result. It just sometimes don't want you to get more. I actually remember from the fingerprints, that's Gant's fingerprints. There we go. I already know it. Oh, never mind. Thought it was Gant's. Oh, is it? Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. No. How could this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? That's how Gant was controlling Lana. Hey, you found a match. Whose prints are they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clean enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought there'd be Dark's prints. Excuse me. Psst, hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth filled in. Well, was that any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. When they crumpled it up. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID, he would have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat? You in the coat? Get out! Chief Gant. It's funny because there's no proof of this, but I feel like Chief Gant works out. I mean, swimming actually is like a really big workout. So if he swims as much as he says, then he probably is fit. Because I feel like he could beat him up. Dude is 65 though. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog running right into a pole. Put him on Street Fighter. Yeah, no, they gotta be... His design's just really cool. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Oh, see, yeah, that's like... Now get out. Yes, sir. I think if you're being fired, you don't have to call him sir anymore. That's the rules. We'll be on our way, too. Wait. You, the one with... Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? She's a minor. We're not going to leave her alone with you. We don't know you. I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. You know his name is Wright. Mr. Wright? And motherfucker just left? Sometimes Phoenix does some shit that I'm like, bro, what are you thinking? Like, I present evidence to people who I think are suspects. And they're like, hey, come here real quick. Get him, boys. And now the dude you think is a suspect you left alone with Emma? No, he can't force you. This man. Look, pal, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times, the chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneak in there like that, didn't you? You know, if you hadn't come along, they could have just said they stole the ID from you. You would have gotten in trouble, but not fired. I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. I thought I'd seen the evidence Chief Cat was. Yeah. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Garrett was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about all this? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Oh, they're probably gonna have her testify. Testify. I see, so the Chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. I swear Lana needs to come back in the series. I mean, hey, if enough people ask if there's an Ace Attorney 8? Or 7. Yeah, if there's an Ace Attorney 7. I did see something that's Capcom talked about how they wanted to make, 7. How they wanted to, that their franchises like Devil May Cry, Phoenix Wright, or Ace Attorney, and Mega Man were stuff that they did want to keep making stuff for them, because like Ace Attorney is like their 4th popular franchise, so there's like, people like these. Also, they need to do Apollo Justice, because now that the trilogy's done, or it's been done, they need to do that as an anime, because they already did Phoenix Wright, so the first 3, so doing those 3 would be cool too. Also makes me wonder, they could also do Miles Edgeworth Investigator as an anime as well. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. It's certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. More like it. Yep. I will be, I don't know what, because aside from Great Ace Attorney, I would like to play them in the order of release. So I think actually once I finish the original trilogy, instead of going to Apollo Justice, I will do the investigative games, because there's only 2 of them. And then we'll do Apollo, then Great Ace Attorney. But yeah, that's still within, haven't really planned it out, because I think I might actually even mix in doing the games with like a longer game, because Assassin's Creed, like Shadows or Assassin's Creed game is like 40 hours of gameplay, so that would take multiple streams. So it might be something where I'm like on this specific day, or like if I choose, if I'm streaming, I know I stream at least 3 times a week, but I might do 4, so I might do 2 days or a day of Ace Attorney and be doing it. No, Dual Destiny, Spirit of Justice. Spirit of Justice. No, I'm doing all of them. I'll be doing all of them, just not immediately. So like I'm doing the trilogy, and then there's actually so I'm doing I will do the finish, because we're finishing the first game up. But yeah, I'm doing all of them. But because right now I just have the Ace Attorney, but I'm doing the first game, and then probably doing South of Midnight and some other thing, and then mixing in the second, and then third game to finish up the trilogy, and then after that I'll be mixing in. But I'll be mixing in like other stuff, because try to keep the variety streamer. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright. Sounds like you need a schedule. Yes, I do, because right now I'm winging it. Yeah. But yeah, I haven't figured. I'm trying to figure out the best days because I might do it because a lot of times I notice is because of how I ended up sleeping a bit later and then waking up. When I wake up, when I do to actually like prep and like get ready to stream, I'm always like I want to go back to sleep, and so maybe not streaming consecutive days. Like I'm definitely not gonna do 7 days a week. Like that's not happening unless somehow I became full time. And even then, I'd be like, we're missing days because I'm doing other stuff. But for argument's sake, Mister Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Jeffrey Herbo. I don't know. Well, this guy? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I'm addressing my client. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. You know, if this was an apology justice game, should have a bunch of those locks. Were they called Psylocks, or what were they called? Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did, specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, they are serious offenses. What is it, though? The Chief Gant's name was never mentioned. Why is it that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. No, Chief Gant would have had access too. Even if you admitted it, they would at least be like, oh, so your partner didn't know at all? Which is weird. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. Maybe don't share this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? I showed the evidence list, didn't I? And it was like, close enough. Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman? Or perhaps just say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edwards' car. Because we don't know who's talking. So, sorry. We don't know who's talking, so that's the voice they get. I sort of wonder if I should make the square bigger. Like, I like the size it is, but like when I do stuff like that, I guess I could just get used to moving my hands up there. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. A murder weapon? Oh yeah, because whoever told it was trying to frame Edgeworth. The murder weapon, you meant Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife. This was the knife stuck in it. The knife from SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Huh? That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. And that's what Angel Star saw. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just plunge the knife in. So she moved the body out of the trunk, saw the knife, swapped the knives, then stabbed him, instead of stabbing him in the trunk. Store, huh? Why did you need to hide Drake's... See? Dark's knife so badly. Dark's knife. It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intention was to prevent that by whatever means possible. Oh, I see. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. Oh yeah, because I was trying to figure out, like, if she wanted to hide it, she was going to tell her to hide it. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma's so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an exploit of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things to his own hand. Wait, but did he know Bruce Goodman was murdered? He disguised himself as Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. Oh, that was Phoenix that talked. He disguised himself as Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seemed he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubt he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, but as a defense attorney, both as an defense attorney and investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Absolutely not. I gotta keep my record spotless. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. We've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. I won't work down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Shared office. Shared office. Okay. Save. Let me just make sure this is... Oh, I think it's actually in sync for once. Maybe. It's the defendant lobby. Alright, but it's the defendant. If you're trying to reach Lana all morning, where could she be? And where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Okay. Edgeworth. Knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of this 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID net record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Mom is hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to try it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecutor puts forth its opening statements. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. What? Chief Gant? Okay. Morning, folks. How's everybody doing? Hey, Uchi. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I could top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Ah, I know what you did. What's this about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Excuse me.
Objection!
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. Right, but doesn't she get to make that call? In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Yeah, okay, so then how do we... The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defense certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
What? One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Oh yeah, appeals and everything. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? I get that you're like 40 years older than him, but that is so rude to call somebody good, to be like little boy. Okay, son. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Ooh, okay, we're okay. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal. Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor. That is David Gant. You can't talk to him like that. Well, Edgeworth just did. Your Honor, the prosecutor would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic this truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecutor's request. And so Phoenix is just like, well, I'm not the defense attorney anymore, so I just will hang out, I guess? That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. What's she still doing in court, Phoenix? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember that this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You still gave him face. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him from his courage, considering he has no evidence. Yeah, and the only person who could press is the defense, who's no longer representing Lana Skye. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What? Are we... What? Huh? Based on what Lana Skye said, why is Phoenix still... That makes no sense to me. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective of the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Lana Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. Excuse me. That's right. I always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held the ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assumed that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Which was? Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. Then the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on. Lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, You shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image on the scene of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more? So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Let's about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. It's a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. Should I present the evidence?
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? What is this? Yes. What is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, 2 men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in the case ever reached you. What? What? Order. But, Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor? Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of... Oh! Then there might be more of the picture on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. There's something wrong. Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn in the back of my list. That's that thing. What? That's that thing. The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Wait, but when would he have... I guess that's not important. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Oh. Oh! I know what it is! Yep. If she drew that, I know what it is. But yeah, a lot of these cases will do something where the evidence is a certain way where you're like, I guess that's irrelevant, but then it's like, actually, tomato bisque. And you're like, oh, he was eating tomato bisque. Fred is the killer. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Oh, that's pretty short testimony. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Very well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. There is a contradiction, though. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. And the thing, that picture shows something that doesn't make sense for how he wasn't my dad. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago, okay? So great. Shadows. Exactly what I saw. So first, let me press for more information. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is exactly the scene, the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detective. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd be better to watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. I never know what the closer side is.
Objection!
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it, just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of the picture contradicts the autopsy report? Oh, not... Would it be... What part am I supposed to point out? Oh, where he's facing? Yep. I think it's... Damn it! Because I wanted to say the way he's facing. Oh, didn't you say knife? The knife, I mean knife. Yeah, you said knife. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closer, you can see the tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closer to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. Right, but it's broken before he stabbed him. How does that make sense? If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off from the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. Everyone's all happy. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab into the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not have yet been broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. But then... Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't have possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. there's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah. Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors' award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gamp. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't be explained away by a simple observation. By simple observational error. Mr. Ray? In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years ago in the past. Right here inside the picture. In this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. This is a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding? And that explains why Gant didn't want it. Why he had it changed. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawer was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out his knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in the same situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edward? Because if the King of Prosecutor award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raised the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with the picture scribbled on the back. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. The origin of the Blue Badger. You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we add this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you've called Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the Blue Badger. This could be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. A lot of this is like DO6 now, isn't it? I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. There is evidence of her knocking the person with the knife, though. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin cross-examination. Oh, because we know where this is going. Stop. Please don't push through this any further. Anna? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please deter the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. I saw the man raise his knife. I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything, clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she witnessed to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. It's all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before, somewhere. She did say that. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile, no? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what's caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? The blue badger hadn't even been jumped up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that's now sitting in this very room. That's right? Something that's sitting in this room? In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instance? Please show us this Mr. Blue badger that's in this room. Because I was going to do this because of its points. But he said something sitting in this room? Yeah, the only thing I can think is this. Oh, yeah, I was right. Okay. He threw me off by saying sitting in this room. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Wouldn't it be this way?
Take that! Objection!
Is it vertical a bit more or horizontal? Because I need it's 3. Or is it the other way around?
Take that!
Nope.
Objection!
Oh, okay. So then I need this side to be. Wait, what? What am I? God damn it. Shut up. So basically, I need a point on top and 2 points to the side. Is this it? But this is the opposite way. Because it's got to match the picture, and the picture was pointed,
Take that!
Nope, that's not it.
Objection!
Yeah, no, I trust me, I get it. It is hard to explain because I feel like it's the reverse of this.
Take that!
No,
Objection!
there's probably somebody who in the future will watch this. It's like, it's so fucking obvious. Why doesn't he get it? Because these are the points. The two sides are the side points, so it's what makes the top, which I assume would be that. But if... I did this version, right? I already presented this way, I think. But yeah, this honestly looks the closest. Yep, that is.
Objection!
Okay, that helps. There should be blood on the top. On the top? Like this? So this way, or rotate it to like 180 degrees. Oh wait, no, the shadow would point it if the shadow was coming from light here. Nope.
Objection!
Yeah, okay. That's the figured. Blood at the top. Wait, so I should be able to visibly see the blood? Oh! You know, this... I feel like that was close, though. I feel like that really was close. Yeah. Because, it looked... Yeah, because it actually... Wait, do I want to turn it so these side points are back here? And that's up? Oh, it tilted down a bit? Yeah, unfortunately when I rotate this, this is such shitty control. Oh my gosh! I was like, I wish I could just rotate it. There are two controls to do just that. Now that is like this. Or should it be like this? Because now I'm actually seeing with the handles definitely do look like the side of the Badger. Down a bit more. Oh, right. Like this. What? Okay, that had to be pretty much close. Because I finally saw the points. Okay. I got it. Oh, we're doing it this way. Yeah, no, that definitely felt like it should have been it. But I forget which way I have to rotate to start it. This should be back. It's not this way. It's the other way, right? And now I'm having trouble getting it to that way. This sort of theme park ice cream music is gonna get on my nerves. What?
Objection!
A point in the middle and a point to the side. Because I did this several times, so it's not this. Because the points. So yeah, it's not that. Okay, I'm gonna try like a few more times, but I might just search what the correct image looks like because something's not right here. But I mean, it's the light, so the light would just show them as a point. Okay, give me. I'm searching the image. Okay. As fun as that was, let's see. Rise from dishes, blue badger face. So looking at this image, it actually pisses me off because it looks like something I already submitted. So we're just on bullshit right now. Okay. Let me go back to the image real quick. If that's true, then what? Okay, so you should barely see the blood. Basically this. What? That's what I'm... Okay. Oh, okay. I got it. I wonder who's like... Parts like this are fun. I swear I did this already though. This shaping it this way. So that's what makes that annoying. What is this in here, huh? No one can possibly deny this jar resembles the blue badger. No, it can't be. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What difference now that we know the answer? The location? The murder weapon. The murder weapon is the King of Prosecutors item. But why is there blood on the jar? Sure, we'll try this. The moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. A very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Very well known this. Where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Jark and Moshe did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have been the impact of Madman when it was knocked onto the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil. Every day. He would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nonetheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh, gotta arrest her. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! From the western floor. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Hey, someone was already found guilty of his murder. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Jodak murdered prosecutor Marshall. How could you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove that this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. I mean, you could with Maya's help. This has been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Maybe that's because they already had said she left and added this later. Because otherwise, if they had Maya, they're like, oh yeah, we could just seance or just channel somebody. Touche, Mr. Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die immediately. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. It's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possible left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Let's take back to court with us. The real murder's name that the victim may have left in the evidence. The message from the deceased is ready in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. I'd assume it's this still, because there's stuff that was wiped off. This is the message left by the deceased. Oh. That's worse. Better? There. No. It's not that. Not as bad. Maybe if I turn it? Okay. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone is forgetting this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of the jar. What do you mean? If you look closely... Oh, I see it. If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragment was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message, one that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the door where the lines changed direction. Bow. Should it move closer? Bryce saw all we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's name will become apparent. Or the message will become apparent. No. But also, that's he must have been upset. He's just like, Emma killed me. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal the answers. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstance. His murderer's name. I don't have to connect this. And this is an A. Well, it looks like a upside down V.
Take that!
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Luna. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Ever. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but at the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. See, Worthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gantz, do you understand the implication of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. He was tried for the wrong thing, but he was not innocent. Everybody who's talked about this guy has pretty much said the same thing. We don't think how he was finally got was correct, but no, he was definitely guilty. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. Wasn't innocent. How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Because it kind of wasn't. Order, 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 order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. Okay, so that's the trial foreman. We're going to trial ladder. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gunsher, what is it? You got a lot on up making a detective run around while on duty. Oh, wait, you didn't lose your job? And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Doesn't it right do that sometimes, though? Like, that vase wasn't approved. Or the jar wasn't approved. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. At least study some evidence law. And then the law 2 is probably what's important. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I need to give this book a little thorough reading. Doesn't look like the book will do you any good now. I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. All that's left now is the chief's prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Well, I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Even Sky found out she was unwillingly caused the man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, Belle. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely struck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is the way the prosecution calls forth the witness, but, cough. This isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement. Let's see, the least amount of shadow is... but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecutor's proposal.
When it's settled, the defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... The time finally comes to bring out the real murderer.
Oh, so they really were like, hey, so you don't have to guess right here.
Calls Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would have also been the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
I mean, yeah, he would be the manipulator.
Okay. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Swimming, anyone? Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke?
I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir? Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine.
My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
All righto, what's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh,
like what? Like the role you played in all this. son, either you're very brave or very foolish.
You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
Wait, what? Is that a real thing?
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial.
Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony.
SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either.
Excuse me.
When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene.
As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Was that when Dark was arrested?
Him? He was laying on the floor unconscious.
But the thing is, how did that happen?
When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
Oh, I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to, they better hit him hard and fast.
Hit him with everything it got.
I recall Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. I went to my office, I found Lana there. Peyton, she had already arranged the crime.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means
you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right.
I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway,
as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better be off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties Grant to the forgery?
Lana did admit to forgery.
Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Something I've got we sent to the incident. As I recall. To make a long story short, we slipped up.
Okay. And the shit already erased. Nothing to do with the forgery.
Would this be it? Because it was in his... Also, let me read this real quick. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case and trial. Is it this? Okay. Oh, it's getting worse. What is that? I don't really get how this... There we go.
If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this?
What's that? And what's that on it? A handprint?
Chief Gant, your explanation, please.
I don't know. You tell me, son.
Huh? My dear Rido, don't you know the second rule of evidence law?
Oh, not this again.
Evidence law. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
Oh, that's how Wright gets away with it sometimes.
Tell me, how is this rag relevant to this trial?
It appears the defense was not prepared.
I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence.
Wait. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance?
Well, okay. I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, Uchi.
Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry.
Sorry I didn't nail you.
Wait, I was wrong? Wait, it's weird because if I was wrong, why didn't I get a penalty?
Objection!
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that's a claim you can't back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, there are articles of evidence uncovered in your office. Are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gat, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it, then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only one capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Oh, you know what? That became super relevant. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Right? Rest assured, Dick will receive his punishment, his due punishment. What? What? There's a different sign of Justin Finner. He'll end up paying to work. Yes. Well, in light of detective's presence. Oh, foreshadowing that Gumshoe will be relevant, or foreshadowing that not even detectives are. Yeah, probably that. Not even detectives are immune to the law, because he's probably going to be like, I claim diplomatic immunity. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relevant relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence and forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. Attorneys aren't immune to forging. Oh! Yeah. I mean, in this case, there's more what happened to In that case, there's more what happened to Edgeworth for the SL9 incident when it came to Phoenix. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after dark, was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. The range of the crime scene wouldn't help me in any way. I don't have evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make that same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know... All right, Uji, in return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What is this guy's telepathic? For all now, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene is a forgery, I'm not third speaking yet, righto? It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, wouldn't that be convenient? Right.
The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Ryo. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise, was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secures your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyways. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motive for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. It's out in the open now. Uchi, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Sure, you may not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. What? Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Nah. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant? He doesn't look so happy anymore. I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstance. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me this despite the chief's formidable appearance? He plays with puppets? Oh my god. How did you become a judge? How? Oh wait. You must mean puppet as of someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She kept quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she testified against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof that all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodwin. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order. I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in a law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder, that is, impossible. I should have put the M there so it would have been, Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? In the murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright has got, and it better be good. Show us his evidence that the ties Chief Goodman to the murder of Detective Goodman. Yes? Well, Chief? So long as Rido here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance, mind if I toss something to Uji? The shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you. You always were quite the joker, weren't you? Oops. Looks like I had it wrong. Don't oops me, but this boot to the head will knock some sense into you. I know it's hard with all that's going on during this trial. But try to think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago. Now that you mentioned it, we did find something during... Oh! Yesterday the prince can't enter that room. Looks like he wants another one of your boots, Uji. Ties him to the murder. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright got, and it better be good. Show us his evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder. It would be... this. Well, Chief? Ah, what? Because he had the piece. So didn't he... Think back to what happened in this room. There was blood. There was... Now that you mentioned it, we did find something during this. Something that proves Gant entered that room. Oh. Okay, I got it. It's the record. That's why he would... It's gotta be this. This is the ID list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Why are they just... So it's Chief Gant, and they proved that. But why are they ignoring the fact that Phoenix entered
Oh, I guess he was a suspect, and he was with the detective. But he entered the chief's office and broke into his safe. They're like, yeah, that's fine for the most part. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulation, and I will determine Mr. Wright to be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you enter the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you just undone yourself. Oh yeah, you literally just, because days ago, on that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Rat, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Evidence that the victim...
Is this it? Oh!
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh!
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
He's like,
hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly.
But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
No, he wouldn't have done that. Yes, now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the records, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Chief Gant, you didn't... What was that? It looked like it was struck by lightning.
The murder was most likely... The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police station the entire day, you know, and everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was just a useless clue just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
Well, there we are.
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this evidence, this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car.
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edwards to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transfer the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Rido, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusation against him without concrete evidence. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor.
Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Skye dispose of his body.
Do you have any concrete proof?
See, sometimes the way it asks stuff confuses me. Proof that both shows that he had Lana dispose of the body and murdered Goodman, or proof that he had Lana do it. Because proof, like, for example, I can't say, I'm just going this way. Please, it better prove he murdered. See, it better proved he murdered. Oh, I mean, this might do it. Oh. Yeah, I was thinking that. It's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Uji. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegation against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Rido. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Uji, I leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to our senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? What?
Objection!
Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Alleged truth? In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. The chief has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still one more witness who can answer all the questions. Lana, raised in this trial, someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth.
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky.
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has no objection, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in... Hold on. Huh?
Excuse me.
Chief, again, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana. I was talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
You can't just say that in the court of law.
That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right, then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Okay, if there aren't any further questions. Really? This court is now in recess.
He just basically threatened the person. No, he blatantly threatened somebody, and the judge is like,
okay, cool. I'm gonna eat my snack bar.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knot girl you used to work with.
Could he mean... Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How's it? He always gets the upper hand.
Honestly, if they had Gumshoe be like their PI, that would have been that'd have been nice.
It's not fair he has the right to refuse testimony. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too?
Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery, so she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now, I knocked Mr. Marshall into that army. I see. Well, we better get going. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this.
What if someone's like, hey, I saw the prosecutor and defense talking a bit during the recess. I think they're in on it together. And here we are. Trial added 2, so that makes the 7th trial portion. What time are we in? Oh, yep, hitting about 4 hours. But it's okay. I already said I'll finish this up. So it's funny because other than that part that took longer because I couldn't find it, the cell phone, these have been 4-hour parts, which is interesting because they say the case is about 8 to 12 hours, depending on how long it takes you. That's interesting. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Excuse me.
Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Oh, and besides breaking out the blue badge, that was some bullshit, though. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Scott. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. To get Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Oh my god. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall Barty, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motive was to get Drake Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah. This is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Are we going to see screams for years? There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
When I found Prosecutor Marshall Barty, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself. Yes? Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first. It seems I was the first to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. Oh! What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh. That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. How just to protect me? So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of... inside the victim. Can I can press, but... using the picture shows that's not true. Oh wait, I need the evidence list.
Objection!
What? She said she broke off the tip. What I'm showing is the... Oh, because I had two options. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But you said, oh, that's it. It's because I picked the wrong episode. Because if it was by Chief Gant's desk, where he said, then it was in the suit of armor. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason we moved the body. Because you took the pieces of the judge. She said she didn't do it. That's why I was getting around, because you had two options. Okay. Piece of the jar, you mean... Excuse me, yes. That wretched jar you showed us earlier. In other words, to show that Dark committed the crime. I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Alright, complete this fabrication completely alone.
Objection!
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forger at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If the truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction with your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the event threatened my plan." That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Order, order.
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark as we are about the truth toward which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and messes in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the messes in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. But you noticed them. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you did that for me? Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. The detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. Wiping them clean before they're discovered? So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. She's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradiction in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Oh, I didn't mean to press. I was going to present. Okay. Because what I was going to show is she says she thinks she got... Oh, wait. So I'm sure I got them all. Right. But then...
Objection!
Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe. But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. Wait. Aha! He said you can't determine when it happened. If she got all the pieces and wiped them, why was there one piece without blood, with blood still on it?
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
Objection!
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. Ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Huh, can you believe that?
Oh, so you wear dentures. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on his shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying that person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Grant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet.
Ooh.
No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wow!
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
There's something wrong, Mr. Wright.
Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examining may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Evidence law. Lala must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any picture from Lala. Lala said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. So do I have to check it for the picture? Or... Ooh. Hey, there's a picture here.
Pretty messed up. She saw her colleague murdered and she was all like, I'm taking this picture.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted the criminal first only after I'd rearranged everything. Well, this picture inserted into the court record. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be? The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. Which is the showing when she did the push. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Notice something, though? Now let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. I mean, the fact the pieces in his, the cloth piece means Gant cut out the cloth piece and then broke the... Very well. The defense may now begin its... That's... Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. Yeah, but when? Oh, he would have to... I didn't do that. Oh. Come now, Uji. This is the poorest excuse for a child I've ever seen. What are you doing? Chief Gant. What now? You want to make me as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeit your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Yeah, it makes it look like it's hit. So what? You think I'm worried? You just had a weird spasm, so yeah. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statement. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is that true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I'm just gonna look at my court records real quick. Check this picture. It's a patch mentioning about... Yeah, he stabbed in the... Cannot show... Oh. Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. I honestly would have done the thing where I would have presented evidence, like... Oh, you know what? It'd be nice. Get some milk tea. What? You lie. Chief Gant. You opened my safe. Oh! I see. He needs you to... I get what he's doing. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's... Okay. Because you can't just say... Because... Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like part of it's been cut off for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
He said prosecutors right before. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto? Well, I can't just let you pin me as the murderer.
I'll tell you what
really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
Oh, so he's choosing to testify now. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. Then when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean the evidence that was items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance. For insurance, of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. So, see this jar fragment? I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more insurance item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Rido, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Ed? So you admit to it then, Chief Camp, that you were hiding the cloth you cut out of the victim's chest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Very well, Mr. Ed. What do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Rido. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up, the victory is mine. I can show evidence now, right? And I do have evidence to present.
Alright, then let's see conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecution Marshall.
Evidence that shows who actually killed Prosecutor Marshall. Oh. I mean, yeah. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally... See, I was thinking it was something else because we're trying to say that it wasn't Emma, but... You personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
I don't know that for the sake of viewing this, and neither does the audience. Your Honor, the prosecutor requests Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clear. Now you're all good. I'm just messing around.
You mean
it could not have been forged? There must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho! You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Raido had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's okay. Proceedings predicted. So now he's saying he's like, okay, audience, you don't have to lie. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to. Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, ho, ho, ho. You're really something, Raido. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still try to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. However, how could you monster? Miss Sky? You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter, cat? Got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Kent, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall? You ask. It was Emma, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Kent, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Yeah. This guy. That's I saw it. This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. Because if it's true, why is there no blood on the? See where the piece of the vest was cut out? Yes, your shirt. His shirt is showing underneath. Yep. Where's the? Yeah, that's what I realized. It's hard to make out what the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured, blood pouring out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth has no blood on it. Why is that? Wait, there's no blood on it. Ugh. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Kent, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the suit armor's sword? And to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write his name on the jar with the victim's blood, a jar that they then broke on purpose to leave a clue behind and make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Though the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over. Objection? Who's objecting? Oh. Oh, that was close, Ryder. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegation. Oh, I see. What do you mean you refute his allegation? You see that piece of cloth? It is illegal evidence. Excuse me. Order, what nonsense is this? Okay, even the judge is like, what nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict the suspect. Remember, Uji? Earlier, O'Rido here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Rido? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. But he said at the exact words were present at this time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it that you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of evidence? I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha, so the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence. No, Uchi, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence illegal or not? Is legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of all, then do so now. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth and nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevance? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown... That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. Just a side note, weren't they also trying to prove that he killed Bruce Goodman, but they basically couldn't or weren't able to? They very much set it up that it was likely. But now that they have the evidence that Lana was for sure blackmailed, I guess they tie that up. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insists on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly pretty petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand over all this to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. The cursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood. Making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it away. I was worried so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere. I guess I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Are those bots or actual people? I wonder. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she hadn't much to lose. As if did the truth came out. Yeah, I feel like they just see. There's got to be something that searches like, oh, do this if you see a certain view count. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragment and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Uji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Uji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. Oh, you're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of trouble. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I hear you, my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job.
Someone doesn't like flattery. In light of this case, it seems a good self-example is in order for all of us. Miss Sky.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still act as an accomplice. There's actually a term. It's called extenuating circumstances. Basically, if someone believes, oh, but that type of blackmail doesn't count. Because it has to be if you are in immediate harm or danger. Like if someone's studying to kill a family member of yours or something, and they make you like rob some or do something crime. Extenuating circumstances basically mean you won't be charged because it just has to be, they just to reasonably prove that there's a reasonable threat of harm or your life is in danger or someone else's. But this doesn't mean all crimes are then okay. There is a limit. As to the exact limit, off the top of my head, I don't know. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes on a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of those heavy chains. Then she just floats off into the distance.
Well, this trial's gone far too long already. Regardless, the charge of murder. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
There it is. My NG.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
At long last, if it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. Bring Lana back. Gotta email Capcom. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Miafe thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, she didn't say anything to her sister, is that it? You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Detective? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around all while on duty? Hey, you're a detective again? And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana, should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know? Well, I won't tell anyone. I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. I could think about what's keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I'm scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day, and hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back, and now you have. Oh, Emma. Nice. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe? Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right? Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth, not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows, given enough time I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gannon, your mentor, Manfred von Karma. were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. What evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find out on our own. It's a cloth, right? I don't... Oh. Oh, man! What was... I thought that was the evidence. If you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends that needs wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Oh, was it the evidence law? Edgeworth, what do we do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis, I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go tricking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, Detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it might be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, Detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Well, yeah, you see, Mr. Wright, he's the one who'd be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You got to be kidding me. Huh? Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Just a general objection. Is that how they're doing it? Is there a way for it? There's nothing at the end, right? Because I want to see if I can skip. Oh, there is stuff. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. That's weird they set it up like that, as if she was supposed to come back. Maybe they changed their minds? Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there, in the end though. They overlooked my unauthorized arresting in the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'll be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Excuse me. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. Wait, you got demoted? I'll show them that someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir, then I can be just like Dick Gunshoe. But why did he get demoted? I don't... I mean, he's replacing, so maybe that's not a demote, but it's so weird. Finally. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Starman sneaked this in to me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambino back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Yeah, man, what he wanted. But yeah, he suspected Gant. But then he's like, I know Edgeworth's not my enemy. Looks like we won. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The right way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Leaf? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... What? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objections. Still, I can't go back until I have a full-fledged spear medium. Mr. Kamaya, afternoon training is about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. She didn't even, other than that, it's like that girl with the top knot. She made no appearances in this. And, oh yeah, and then in the beginning too, when he was comparing the Sky Sisters. I just realized, was that who I think it was? Because there's only one person that calls her Mystic. Wait, no, do other people call her Mystic Maya? Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? I wish I could speed this up. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh. Prosecutor Edwards chooses death. Aw.
It's cute. Okay, I've seen the picture. Okay, I was about to say, is it stuck? I was like, rise from the ashes. Yep. Now let me save. What was the runtime on that? Oh, just an hour over. So what was that? I think I did 3 hours, so about 4 hours and 20 minutes total. Oh, so it's saved? So if I press... Wait, what? I never thought about this. How do I play? So, do I press new game and then it'll go to the because I had to choose from the trilogy, I think. Okay, well, that was Onward to Justice for All. Yep. I mean, not exactly. We'll see when I do that, but yep, Justice. So thanks. So Justice for All will be the next one. I am not. So today is the 28th. I'm not streaming tomorrow, and I don't want to start. I want to be able to get through Justice for All. So I will figure out when I will start Justice for All, because the next thing I'm doing on stream is most likely I just won't stream both Monday or Tuesday, and then Wednesday I will do South of Midnight. So I'll start streaming South of Midnight. I think it'll probably just take me like 2-3 streams. I don't see it taking that long. I'm also like gonna start going through the list of games that I wanted to get and start getting some of those to play those as well. So I for the most part, if I can figure out, because if I'm gonna do 3 or 4 days streaming, I can actually put up a schedule in case anyone's interested, and then I'll put what I'm playing that day. Or for the most part, but yeah, this took a bit, because of the 3 cases, I remember this one the least. Yeah, but it was fun. Damon Gant is a snazzy dresser, and snazzy is not really a word I use, but he's a cool dresser. His swimming anyone theme is pretty cool. Yeah. Too bad he doesn't show up again. Well, at least as far as I know, he doesn't show up again. Yeah, this was fun. So I won't be streaming tomorrow. There's a slight chance I'll stream Tuesday, but most likely it's a very low chance. And if I do, it's probably have him break out of prison on the run. Swims in the yeah, if anything, if I stream Tuesday, it would be probably just to do some Cult of Lamb stuff. But yeah, once again, thank you guys for joining me. Next time I stream, most likely we'll be doing South of Midnight, which I'm excited for. Thank you guys for watching, as always. I'll see you next time. Bye.